Hello, monkey. We are back. Let's see. What did I do last time? I guess I added the functionality for farewells, where if I close the menu, there's more dialogue. I guess we have to add that for the other characters too. And then we want to implement this thing. And yeah, when we have that, finally milestone 3 will be over. I wonder if it's today or maybe tomorrow. Let's see. I hope I will not do more things that I, how to say, diverge my path from the milestone, but doesn't matter. Progress is progress in this. Alright, I think first I want to add the farewells for the other dialogues. No, how did I do that for Nara? Was it Nara? Nuru and Nara? This will not be used anymore. Is it always getting triggered? How does it get triggered? Maybe it's... Oh. I might have implemented it a little dirty. Let me check. Is it in the UI controller? Maybe. Handle farewell. Oh, it's in the payload. Payload is getting sent by the close. This close menu thing. So it must go through the input handler. Yeah, right now it would have something hard-coded. But if I told this menu where it is on some other variable when opening or something, and then piped in through here, then it would be dynamic again. So we are not that bad. It's not that dirty. Just dirty because it's hard-coded for now, but it's pretty easy to clean up. Good job, past monkey. Anyway. So the farewell is hard-coded, which means I need to hard-code it, semi-hard-code it, for the other menus too, which is we have to do whatever we do here on the other menus. For instance, when we are in the item shop, wait, I need to go to that. This is UI controller still. To close menu. How did we get to this from the router? Is it implemented differently? This goes to the menu. I think it is implemented differently. And this one goes into the UI controller itself. Close menu, this thing, and then farewell. We need to add this in there. Pass this. To black with instructions. Close menu. Why is the opening manager different? How does that make sense? Opening manager and fade to black. What do we do different here? Turntable and stuff. And main menu. Ah! That's it. I see. Of course, makes sense, because only in the opening manager we have the turntable. The others can use their general fade to black. Yeah, I could go through sequence here then. What do? Do they go into bigger functions, set black? Why are we doing this? We are not showing any 3D objects. Did I make it transparent for everything now? World. I don't believe they do anything that different. Only some initializers. I guess I could go and add more into the payload. Right. The opening shop. I don't care. Opening shop. We have this, which goes in here. From fade to black. Fade to black with instructions. And it says item shop and close. And now we could go ahead and put 2 more payloads for farewell. And then what it is. The item shop. Could get it from here though. This. Now with the same thing we can do something else. For the storage here. Find it here. Go. I guess if we ever have more shops and storages outside of the starting area, I need to revisit this. For now, it's fine. Okay, that's does it. Where else do we need this? We have the check the dialogues. Arena doesn't need it. It's not a memorable character right now, at least. Recovery TB needs it. bottom. Okay. Anything else? Cleaner, item recovery, item shop, item storage, manager. And that's it. Okay, now we just need to go here. Add it to this thing. Brine. Actually, so but anyway, it needs item shop. Storage. And recovery. Now we would need to make the farewells for them. Why is that farewell here a little different? Because it has a optional text. The other three just need a goodbye or whatever. TB could be happy doing this, so can revisit that and add the happy tag. But let me get some more tea. Okay, let them. I guess I could create one and then copy it. Oh, hello, Scene! What's up, man? Can I do this always true? Dialogue system is done. I'm just adding content right now. Oh wait, no. Actually, I want to do the mood tags. So today or tomorrow, dialogues will be done, I think. Hopefully. I wanted to add a flag that we always have. How are you doing? How was your Sunday? What kind of destructible objects? Like chaos? Ah. And what are you using it on? Pots? What kind of objects? Walls? Wait, are you actually slicing then? Ah, okay, yeah. What I figured. It's a staple in Souls-likes, no? You need that. I think every time we start this thing, we have to add in the progression tags a default one. When this thing is getting initialized, we need to force something. What do we call this? This is a progression tag that is always in. I could call it default. Need to make my AI automatically attack them too when they bump into them. Did you ever play Helldivers? The AI there is so stupid with objects. They get so aggroed by objects. Yeah, I'm talking about the second one though. There's like a random destructible thing next to them because they spawned next to them and they cannot pathfind to you anymore. So they go wild on that thing. And sometimes you just hear clink, clink, clink. And they can't destroy it. Very funny. Let's add default. Now I'm not sure if this is some kind of band-aid programming, but I can't be bothered to make something else right now. I'm basically using this to trigger my weighted random picker, because if there is no tags, it does not start this part of the code. So if I go here now in true flags and say default, this thing will be active. My motivation is similar. I don't want to update my custom nav mesh system for destructibles. Yeah, it's legit. But the thing is, in Helldivers, the enemies are too stupid to break things. Or the breakable things have such health pools or armor that they cannot even damage it. So, I mean, it's okay if they can destroy it, but in Helldivers, enemies get stuck. And you just see an enemy just being very angry at an object that they cannot break. At least it feels like that. Maybe they can break it. Here there's some weird use case I wanted to be higher, like also, but yeah. I mean, let's say you have a larger object, then it would be odd if you can hit it by just sneezing on it, I guess. But other than that, chairs, etc., who cares? Now let's add 3 different caravels here. I hate that Unreal does not allow you to add map objects if the default one is not changed yet. Let me finish it, and then you can complain, my god! It's so annoying! Let's make them equal, and now it's not Nuru and Nara. I think the shopkeeper's name was Karon. Let's find out. Here, shopkeeper Karon. Anything else? I think I'll just copy this element over to these and just change the text. Okay, we have a see you again Mira. We have like safe travels and What else? Take care out there. You know? There are very, very odd things in Unreal going on for years now. Especially in blueprints, it's like, why? Why are you not giving love to blueprints? It's like the abandoned child of Unreal. Item shop farewell. Now we need an item storage one. Yeah, in 5.7. That will be... When I reach my milestone 3, I will update to 5.7. Oh, you can? They made many things, I think. 1 or 2 months ago, I watched a video about it. I forgot everything about it already. I have to refresh my memory. For loop through a map, imagine! Holy shit, we live in the future! Oh my god. Let's copy this. I said let's copy this. I think she will only have one dialogue option for now. We can get rid of these. See you again, he says. What else? Only one left. Which is TV. What is this called again? Item recovery or something, right? Here. Recovery. And then it's this one. And what does TV say? TV is happy. Or is TV happy? Oh, I might need a new functionality at some point where some dialogues happen only if you press something specifically in a UI and it does not save. It's just one time and then it just repeats. Okay, right now my functionality is for the progression array, which is like a permanent thing. My progression array does not allow for deletion, and I should never delete something there. So how can I trigger something for once and then reset that functionality again? I need like some kind of temporal tags, but in a more elegant way. Oh wait, I could just... It's fine, I don't need it. I could go and say, if you did something, then just open another tree instead of the default one. So that's fine, I guess. We might need to duplicate things, but I think for the gain it's fine, right? I will not need this feature that much, so the functionality I have right now is enough. But let's add a text making TB feel happy that you looked at his wares. But how do we do this? What would someone say, someone small and like childlike, that you played store with them? Would they just act like a professional? Yeah, like how would you describe playing pretend? Is there an English name for when a kid is playing like he's behind the counter and then you have to go there and buy some tomatoes or something, and then you have to give them money, and the kid is counting and says, hey, you're missing 3 pounds here and whatever, you know? Is there a special name for this? Just play pretend as the general phrase here, man. That's what I meant. To picture or how to paint a picture in your brain right now, what Tibby is, essentially Tibby is like a small creature. I don't know how he looks right now, but it will be like some gremlin thingy that is very, very, very playful. And this guy is just walking around collecting trash and selling it to people. And this trash can be things that you lost. So basically, this guy is game mechanically just a safe space to get things back that is important for the story or for you. And then lore-wise, this guy is just pretending to be a shop by just collecting things on the ground, people's trash and so on, and then just opening a shop. Yes, exactly. Of course, quest items should not be deletable, but if I give some reason it to be in your inventory, like instead of key items, it is like a normal potion space covering item, like for a quest or something, then you would find it there. If you lose a fight, for instance, because if you lose a fight, you lose your inventory. And then you would find them all in his little shop. Instead of losing everything, you can just buy it back. So in the end, you would lose money by going up and losing a fight. And you can, of course, then just decide if you want to buy back stuff. And then I would need to think about refreshing his inventory if it gets too full, but it's like a edge case. But yeah, what would this guy say? Let's give him a professional thing to say, but in a happy voice. Let me see. Need a translation of this. I mean, basically I could add that too. It really depends on what direction I will go, but this guy is like a recovery pool right now, but it can have various things. Maybe I will add like a random pool too, like, I don't know, rare items that you normally find would find very hard in the game, but he can have it. But it will be very pricey or random price, who knows. Just a different kind of shop. I could let him talk in plural to make it more official, but I don't know. And I would need to make him pretend to be working for a company or something too. I guess it's not that important. I just should write something right now. Unlike this, visit again soon. We will trade items one time for each possible transaction, but in a cryptic way. What do you mean? The bird and you have to leave the item in the nest. Ah, yes. And if they like it, they give you something unpredictable. Yes. How to say this? I do want to do something similar, because I want players to have some kind of control over end game stuff, so they can trade something valuable and re-roll it. It will maybe have to do something with evolving your Orblings. Since my game is heavily inspired by Jade Cocoon, I'm very biased. And in Jade Cocoon 2, there was like this flower in one of the caves, or many caves in the Wind Forest, where you can go and then throw in 2 items and then make him mix it, and it would give an equal rarity item from the pool that you have selected with your items. Like for instance, if you put in 2 rare eggs, you would get 1 from the same kind of rarity egg. If you put in 2 gems, you would get another gem. I'm not sure how it's calculated if you put in two different items. I would say that one determines the class of the item and the other one the rarity. But yeah, basically something like that. But in my game it will be different. It will be like my how to say, my Ortling system is a little more complicated. There's this merging thing like in Jade Cocoon, but it works a little different. You can add some kind of item in there, and maybe you can get something in return. But I'm not sure, maybe I have to ditch that idea. But I will have items that you can use to change Orpling's behavior, but also I need a system to make it more, what to say, more controllable to get items that you want. So yeah, what you just said with the placing something in the nest and then waiting, something the like I will do, but it will not be TB, it will be a different system. TB is just TB. Anyway, we got everything, I think. Item storage, farewell, and farewell. So, does this work already? I mean, I probably need to add some more things. Maybe, but let's try this first. The UI looks really familiar. Are you saying it looks familiar to my stuff, or did you mean you really saw something? I have a playthrough of that game, by the way, if you want to see that. It's a very old PS2 game. It's always see you again, Mira. It shouldn't be. Ah, yeah, the Battle UI, yes. I'm very heavily biased by that game. I'm not kidding by that game is the biggest inspiration of this game. Okay, why does this not work? Zero, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Default 0. Does it always go to the default right now? Or could it be that I don't have the default? Oh, because I'm loading! Could it be? Could that be the problem? No, I'm initializing it. Okay, let me see. Tools, debug, blueprint. Then storage data. here. Huh. It's not adding the default. But I set add unique here. This is not getting triggered. Yeah. Ex-Ghibli guy. If you look at the intro of Jade Cocoon 1, it's the same guy that was responsible for the concept art for Jade Cocoon 2. And Jade Cocoon 1 and 2 have very different atmosphere. Like the first one is kind of like a Ghibli serious kind of story, and the second one is more like an idol-y kids show kind of game. Very different approaches. I think it also went heavily on critique, because everyone was expecting it to be Jade Cocoon 1, and then they changed how the game is and the story, how it feels. So I'm not sure if that was good or not, but the second one is one of my favorites now. So why is this not getting triggered? Oh, by the way, before I continue, be right back. And I'm back. So, wanted to see why this is not being triggered. Ah, look at that. New game triggered, and in load it does not get triggered. We have to do the load storage data thing. Why are we doing this? This like do new game, look at the slot, does it exist? If yes, don't care. Just make a new slot. It's so stupid. I guess I just forgot. It really doesn't matter. We will have to change how this code behaves at some point anyway. So we do need this though. To add it here somewhere. For now at least. Wait. Oh, it's asynchron loading. Oh, that's a problem. Load signal. We can only do it if this says we're done. Ah wait, when this is done, so it's fine, complete, and then we can just do. We can do it after it's like so, not like this, and it should be fine-ish. No, it's only good if we have it in there. Okay, now it should work. Now it should not go to default all the time. Safe travels, there we go. Can we get the third dialogue option? Take care out there. Nice. This was the Orpling shop. Has nothing right now. And we will delete it here anyway. The dialogue starts a little too early when you close the UI. Either that, or I just need to put the dialogue in front of everything. In front of the fade. Maybe that's the way to do this. Now the arena, we don't care. Let's go to the shrine. And they're talking way too fast. All right. So the farewells are now in. That's one thing done. And I think there's also not more text to add. You have that. recovery, item shop, storage, opening manager. This will be deleted, and shrine. So that's fine. And look, we forgot the trial orplings. They need a special care, kinda. But not for now. It will be special when we have different avatars for them. For now, it's fine. Okay. And the boss has no dialogue anyway. Okay, let's tackle the mood thing. How do we do this? I think I need a drop down. For different expressions. Happy, sad, neutral, angry, sassy, I don't know, happy 1, 2, 3. These kind of things. And they are like some kind of defaults that I can just add as a tag. And then I have higher control if I manually add change tags anyway. Like I can be happy but make the text go slower at some points if I want. The mood should be like a preset for defaults. So let's implement that now. How do we do that? So under character ID, we would need an enum for expression. And it should be defaults. As the first element. So then it can go for the defaults of the character itself. But if it's not default, it needs to set the defaults by the mood. But that's the thing, right? The defaults are set per tree. Now we set defaults per node. That's a little different. Let's start with 3. Happy. Add. Maybe nothing. I always write this wrong. Then maybe there are different laths too, and then you could say 1, 2, 3. For now, it's fine like this. There are these 3 now. Now we have to go to the characters and set these moods. So in here it needs an expressions thing. And then we need to add all of these things. Maybe I can also just ditch everything, and then the default is the number 1 thing, right? Well, I feel like I want to do a data table of data tables again. Oh, hello. Welcome back. I'm also back. Yeah. When I think of data tables I think maybe primary assets, a data asset is a better way to handle this. Because now this data table that has the characters saved and have the characteristics and portraits and so on would need a map of expressions like happy, sad and whatever, and all of these expressions need these, and that makes no sense. So instead of a map, it would be better to have a data table, but then this data table turns into a linker. It's like, why am I doing that then? And instead of having a data table, I could just go here and link to the correct data table here already. So I can just eliminate this one. Yeah, I'm doing that too right now. My initial naive approach was to have this as a linker and have more data tables, but this is just a middleman. We can eliminate this completely and just make the character data tables in a folder and then just link that data table here already. So instead of this character ID, I would now have like a link to the correct data table. Yeah, but right now data tables make more sense because it will be a map, a data structure which is a map. So why make a data asset that will be a data table essentially? So I could just go with the data table itself. The only thing is that this thing is now not needed anymore. I need to kill this completely. Whatever this struct is will be now some kind of expression. So we have to go here. And then say characters. And these need a struct called not expressions. Yeah, I mean there are expressions in the end, but oof. Okay. Expression struct, and this will be now I need like a data table for each character in this folder. Yes, that makes sense. I mean, I also chose data tables for my dialogues themselves, which is now more fluid. The only thing right now is that I'm not sure how to export them for the translators. I would need to make a tool for that, but yeah, I need to filter it down into relevant parts, so there is more brain power needed to concept that, but it's future monkey problem. Alright, so for every entrance here, we now need a data table. What do we call this? We need some kind of prefix. Character data table CD. Character dialogue data table DHDI. Character dialogue. How about that? I can go here, make a data table, of character, no, not character expression, dialogue character expression struct. Maybe I should rename that, and then character dialogue, and this is Mira. I'm like that. No, we need this. No, we need this in here. So we need the title. Which struct is this based on? So can I just use this instead? Dialogue character set struct. Title. But the problem is I don't want to give every expression a title though, right? I need to redo this. Texture 2D. Font. All right. We need defaults here. Okay. And now this guy. Can have different things. Wait. So we add here defaults, mirror, and then we can just copy paste everything from here, but yeah, that doesn't work. Maybe I do need a data set after all. Because I want things global for a character. So I don't need to add that variable into every single expression. I would need some nesting. But then I don't need data assets, data tables. I want to make everything in the data asset themselves. A map, for instance. I hate using maps in Unreal because they're unstable, but it is harder to use a data table instead, because then you have to open two assets. That's not good. I could also leave it as data table to data table link, but yeah, that's the same problem. Alright, I think we need to make a primary data asset here. Call this something like that. What is this? It's a language text. Variable. Now we have a different problem here too, though. This is title. Okay. The problem is when we meet a character, that character has a name. But this name can change at some point. Simplest thing is you don't know this character. It needs to be titled question mark, question mark, question mark. Right? And then afterwards you learn their name, so it isn't question mark, question mark, question mark. And more advanced it would be you find a character and they have a simple name, and as the story progresses, there is a twist, and this character is now that one huge thing you were searching for, or the big bad guy or whatever, right? So you would need to change the name. I cannot just have a simple title here. I could have like a map of titles, like 1, 2, 3 and whatever, and then just pick one of them. Correct. The design changes. Oh wait, but if that's thanks for that new perspective. Because then it's just a new character, right? If I need to change a title, then it should be a new character. I was thinking from the from Charon's point of view, where first you meet him and he's just a question mark character, and then after this first dialogue he changes his title. So for that it would be very odd to have two characters. But for the sake of main characters, which do have like a plot behind them, then I can just use another character data asset for that. Yeah. The thing is, if I don't make it different characters, then I have a problem with the expressions, because the expressions have a portrait. If I use one character for every single title, then I would need to have for every single expression also a different portrait. Maybe also different things, so it makes no sense. It makes it way more complicated. Now this opens one more question though. If a character changes mid-dialogue, can I just change the data asset mid-conversation? I mean, from one dialogue bubble to the next, I can just do it, I guess. But what if I want to, as you said, have a hooded character, and in the middle of the sentence he reveals his face with a little animation, whatever. I guess that's one part of one character, I guess, that you can toggle. I'm not sure. I think the dialogue will be always only one face, not multiple ones. It's always one speech and then the next character speaks. I mean, what you're saying is more, how to say, artistic, I guess. It would make a more flowy dialogue. That reminds me of Crosscode, actually. They had a pretty good dialogue system where it felt flowy. I think it should be fine. I think I don't need to change anything. I just need to make more content, more assets, be able to put some things. Okay, that means one title should be fine for one character. Do I ever want to change a title mid-sentence? But then I can just use my tag system, right? Man, I'm prepared for everything. Why am I so concerned? Let's add the expressions. Alright, that is our data asset. Do we need defaults for this? I believe we do need defaults. like the expressions can be just one, which is default. That needs to be there anyway. Dummy, monkey, and 0.5 and so on. This is correct. Am I forgetting anything? Should be now fine, right? So I can remove this. Not needed. And just add a new... No. Make a new data asset. Or mirror. Character. And this is character dialogue mirror. I don't the prefix doesn't fit it. Oh, it's called ditch. Whatever. Title default. Okay, rest is fine. The rest should be default. Yes. Oh, this is more interesting here. This is exactly what I mean. So, if Charon does not know us, his title will be not visible. Now, should I add a tagging system for this? Because it is only at one part of the dialogue and nowhere else. I think I will just go ahead and call this Charon. And I need to make a way to add to my tagging system that you can change the title of the bubble. I don't need to add 2 characters for Karen. This is TV. Hello? I forgot this. I think I want 3 characters here, because Nuru and Nara will talk in synchron more often, say. Okay, we didn't change anything on Nuru, so we will have to revisit that. There's still that one problem I have, that when Nuru and Nara have two different ways of talking, what do I do when I fuse them together into a character? Do I play two sounds at the same time? Hey, maybe that's the way to do this. Maybe it would sound pretty nice. Okay, next, Nara. There she is. Okay, there we go. So now I need Tibi to add some expressions. You have the default one here. Now, the most talking is on default, as you can see. But here we have the laughing. So that can be a new expression. Yeah, now I have the problem. I cannot add an expression because default is here. Now what do I do? This is so stupid. What would be the best way to do this? I cannot add a map. This is not the way to go. It's so annoying. Why is Unreal so stupid at some point? Now I could go and set this into some other thing, add another point, set this to the correct thing, go to default here, and set this to laughing. Now, this cannot be the process of doing this, correct? I cannot go and leave this as is. I need some kind of fluid way to do this. And this is not fluid. But if I do a data table now, why did I create a fucking data asset? Oh, this is so ass. I could have a not set enum, but then I would need to always set the default manually, which is fine, I guess. It's, oh my, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I can't believe what hoops I need to jump through, man. Oh, so stupid. Is there no other way? There's no other way. Fine. This is so ass. We need an SFO in here. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay, the data is there now. Also a headache because the map just died in the primary asset. Because we changed something on the enemy. The first element that is. What do we do now? Why is expression still there? Maybe I need expression, never mind. My brain is mush. Neuro or both? Hmm. Ideally, we don't need this anymore. I don't think we will change title that often, so I think a bigger tag is fine. Okay, so what I'm doing right now, just so any viewer can understand what I'm doing, I'm looking at the reset defaults thing. So we have all these tags currently, and now I'm checking if we do a new segment, if the things are getting reset to a default. So pausing doesn't need, because it's just a function that starts. A font is always getting back to the default of the creation. Now, where do we create a segment? Here. And it is getting it from the current set. It is set by this thing. So it is already getting some kind of default in there. But if we set the font, what happens then? Are we changing this? If you're not changing this, then this needs to be called default. And then we can just delete it and take it from here. Yeah, we're just setting the font. So this can be removed. So font doesn't need a default because it is always getting reset by the creation. Material. Should be set by the creating too. But right now... Where do we set the material? Here. So per default there is no material, we are setting it here. For now. Normally you would need to set this by the character's default. The characters should have a font material here. Right now it's not implemented. The expression, I mean. Alright, this is also types, type speed we already have, type jump we already have. The size should come from creation. No, it is 24 right now, right? When we create the text. Because it is per default, so this is also not implemented yet, but it doesn't need a default here. Needs a default in the creation of the text. This one and this one needs to be there, and also the material. Well, this one is already. Then TP was... what was TP? Punctuation pause or something? Type pause? Yes. And then the frequency is also here. So we got the defaults. The reset of the defaults. Maybe I need a function for set to expression that needs to change everything. Would it need to change everything though? Basically need this again for not as a switch but a sequence. Why would I want? Ah. Hello, Kurt. Yes, indeed, monkey. How are you doing? The elevator's pitch. I don't have an elevator pitch yet since it is still on development, but basically it is a monster collecting RPG in the sky in floating islands with different sides, I guess, and basically you have formations that you use in a how to say, turn-based RPG, I guess. But yeah, I don't have a elevator pitch yet, so it's a little, how to say, I can show you though if you want. I'm not sure if my dialogue system is now working, but I don't need a dialogue. Let me show you. But yeah, this is still pre-production, so everything is very, very, how to say, these things are all dummy. So basically you are in this crater, and the idea is to get to these islands and to get to the top of the islands here. Yeah, mostly Unreal developers come to my stream. They always look for other Unreal developers, and there are not many out there. And this is Mira, our protagonist, which is a model that I made, so it will be exchanged, because I'm not an artist. Everything you see here will be exchanged, but... So you can go into this temple and there will be someone you can talk here. And you can get to this other side to interact with something here to get into this crystal that will send us into this world map. You can get into the first island here. And there are these little orplings and these orpling swarms flying around. And if they touch you, they didn't decide to fly away again, you can start a fight. And here you can see our formation. There are different elements. The fire element is offensive magic, but the enemy is right now also offensive magic, and normally he would be faster and damage us. So we can switch to the other side, which is, see here, crystal, which is defensive magic, and create a little shield in front of us. And the enemy cannot get through our shield, so we can now switch to fire again and damage them without any problems. And then of course you can level up, you can collect experience points and so on, and then you can evolve your orplings, and at the base you can give them new attacks on their elements. So if you give this guy now a earth skill and you switch to that formation, that guy would use that earth skill. So the idea is to make your perfect formation for every circumstance. You can also see that we came from this place and we want to get up there still. But I can also jump to the other side here, where there are other places to explore. And there is this little, some other orblings here too. And you can go into these caves, and that's what you should do, because you need a key to get to the next area. There's this little thing, which needs a key. And the key is in this cave here. And in these caves you can find many things like items or other attacks, other orblings you can put into your formation. And if you collected some energy outside by fighting, you can collect a key here. And then you can go here and go to the next level. And then you just progress up and up and up. And here's a boss. And then you would be in a new hub world. Because this little part here will be only the tutorial world. And up here will be more islands to explore. But yeah, that's basically it. I jumped over many things, but that's the summary. How long have you been developing for? Well, hard to say. One thing you can see is that we are in day 666 in the title. So every day I developed, I also streamed. So Sundays and Fridays I do not stream, so you could go back and come to the conclusion that I began development around 3 years ago on May. But I also 2 years before that I made a little how to say, I tried to make this game in Unity, but after 6 months I burnt out and I stopped. And before that I also did some 1 year thought about how this game could be, so I designed the game in on and off for a year. So I guess I started at 2020? Something like that? Can it be? I really don't know anymore. Could be 19. But yeah, right now we are building the dialogue system. And I am in the process of adding expressions, so maybe my dialogues right now are all broken. No, it's still working. Amazing. Even this works. So yeah, my dialogue system uses a tagging system where I can set many things of the dialogue, like the speed, how many letters to write, what kind of expression to show in the avatar, and trigger many things. So right now I'm building that, and we're almost done. When I have the expressions, then we will continue on with the development, which I have here somewhere. Right now I'm doing this, and we will then be here ready. We will update to a new Unreal version, and we will make a new package to see if everything works. And then we will continue with more things. So yeah, basically this is how it is right now. Since when are you developing games? I'm doing this on the side, not my real job. We have to look at this though. This should go here. And it should skip it here. If this is true, it's skipping here. It's breaking, so it's not a tick actually, it's the loop. Skip typewriter loop, it needs to say. If true, this doesn't even happen here. If false, it goes here. Starts the loop. No. So here we don't use it, then it must be the loop actually. Let's change the name of this. Why am I doing this even? I could just set this by this. Could just do this and this would be the same thing. Really doesn't matter. Right? Ah, no. This is not correct. Because if false, we don't want to set this. This is a loop. Oh my god. I almost broke my code. So anything that skips the tick is only the pause and the typewriter, which is the continuous thing. We also have it here after sound setter active. So I guess we still need it. We still need it here. If it's continuous, it will have to skip it. What about that? I mean, this is not needed anymore here. This can go away. We don't have a title for expressions. This now needs to be sequence. And we need the correct expression though, from the payload. So this is wrong actually, this should be still 1. No. This should be 1. Yeah. I believe I cannot do string to expression, right? Ugh. Ah, this is not okay. Or is it? Yeah, I don't want smaller thing. Will not happen. Cool that it turned it in 50. All right. Let's see if we can get Charon's title. Something else. Start. Do we have title overrides? The title's up here and we don't want the title here apparently. But yes, we do from the character asset override. Asset has a title. Is here. No, it's fine. I want Charon's beach right now. Let's save everything. Let's see if it works. Shopkeeper. Nice. Make the overrides. Okay, that's good. Now we have to try to see if the expressions work. That is scary. I mean, first of all, the first speech here should do. So let's turn that now into laughing. Not laughing. Just TB. TB. Type jump is to 2. Why is it not type jumping then? Wait. Type jumping maybe is in. What's the speed? Type speed 0.07 is wrong. Where's the laughing part? Nope, it's still there. Yes, 0.5. How about now? Oh yes, we can change expressions. That's already good. Now, instead of this thing, I would like it to just use the laughing. So let's copy the text, not to lose it. And say expression is laughing. Hold on. Oh my god. Why is it smaller now? Why is the text box smaller? Are you kidding me, man? Not exactly. Why did this size not change? Font size is there. Maybe because we didn't skip. No sense. Why does it not do it? Could have gone here. Wait, font size here. Problem. I repair Hebs not. Current. Should say 50 there. It's not getting there. Not firing this. Why is it not firing? That's now so strange. It clearly goes in. Ah, the return. The return. Why would it reset? That makes no sense. Why would can this reset? Can only set true. Oh, we are setting it false. If both are false. So if one of them is not continuous, it overwrites it. A little dicey. Good. Now does skipping work everywhere? Uh-oh. Why is this high-pitched? Ah, because I'm not resetting now the defaults. Somehow it feels lower. But that's fine, I guess. I want to test something. Works. There's no way. Wait, that's not... I see, we don't have a random picker for the... Could add one. Okay, so it was not an error, I never added that speech in there. Only the greeting here that changes. Welcome, welcome. Buy as much as you want. I'd like to check my wares. Yes. But this leaf should be different. Take care out there. Take care out there. Uh-oh. That makes no sense. It must be safe travels. So it works. Nothing here, I think. Now the Arbling manager needs some work. I need to set the overrides. Let's see if the title works. Yours is different. Okay, now I want to make that sound for Nuru and Nara, so I can combine them to have like this double sound. Let's see, let's experiment with sound again a little bit. Get, I don't know, this one. This is now Nuru. Or Nuro and Nara, but then I would need to give it some kind of whatever. No, wait. Triangle generators. How can we flatten this? Maybe the attack? Wait. It works. I should maybe commission a portrait for these two, but I need to think about the character design. Yeah, we're good. What's still up? Okay, we need to do the trial opening thing too. Maybe. I don't have images. Maybe I can just use the preview images for now. Not preview, the demo images. I think this is now done. We might need to look over the trial openings text, but they're just screaming anyway, so it's fine. Character move tags. We have that now, and it works. Title change tag. Have that too. Need to do this and add it to Charon. So he has different farewells if you do not go into the menu. So we have that functionality in there. And then the trial openings needs like the switch for the characters, avatars, and then we're done. This time for real. I believe I shouldn't go further than this today. I wanted to actually start the VR chat modeling thing again, but it took a little longer today, so I'll do that tomorrow then, I guess. But wow, we did a lot of things again. And nothing broke. Well, $8, so yeah. Alright, that's it for today, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for the support, and I will see you guys next time. Bye bye, monkey.